Alright, we actually got the right title and everything. No, I just need to get a link for this shit. I need like a better way of checking the audio than bringing up my own stream on stream. But let's just get to it. Somebody will complain. And then I'll learn something. And then we'll get better at it, right? Alright, pre-market. I'm usually just on Yahoo Finance, Seeking Alpha, Biopharma Catalyst, Earnings Whispers, Market Chameleon, and then last of all, Wall Street Bets on Reddit, which I don't recommend taking trading advice from them, but yeah, sometimes it's helpful just to know what's getting memed. Also, SwaggyStocks.com has really good sentiment analysis on Wall Street Bets. If you want to skip actually like reading Wall Street Bets, that sub can be pretty mind rotting sometimes. So it seems like there's been a big slowdown in Pfizer based on supply chain issues with the COVID vaccine delivery. So we're just gonna go ahead and add that to one of the stocks we're watching this morning. I think this is gonna be a really good entry with Pfizer. I'm not at all worried about the long-term health of that company. Apparently, Trump is preemptively pardoning some of his associates. I think Trump's getting to the point where it's kind of non-news as far as the marketplace is concerned. I've seen him kind of tweet things recently that maybe even just a few months ago would be market moving, but it seems like the market is just kind of like ignoring him at this point. Oh yeah, if you didn't hear, Tesla had their Goldman Sachs price target upgraded to I think 780, which seems bizarre to me. I don't know how anybody prices Tesla at this point. That PE on Tesla is like 1,000 to 1 or something. I mean, it's a fundamentally different kind of company because it's both an energy company, an auto tech company, and a technology company. And I realize SpaceX is a different company, but at the same time, I have to believe there's a little bit of a technological back and forth between Tesla and SpaceX, as in the research that goes into SpaceX is probably fed into Tesla to some degree. So, I mean, just having that level of technology adds to the valuation in a way that's really hard to quantify. But I don't know where Goldman Sachs comes up with 780. Doesn't actually have to be based on anything to be market moving, though, so we'll play it. I mean, if you haven't been playing it already, you're kind of behind on that one, but there's still time. So, I don't really see that much interesting as far as the broad market goes on Yahoo Finance. There's nothing really new here. I know there's a jobs report coming out. Earnings are always mentioning in the Discord. I'm not sure where exactly you mentioned it. Another one I want to add to our watch list is GameStop, because GameStop has been rising pretty much due to technical factors alone. It turned out there was so much short interest on GameStop that all it would take it was one big buy to start a huge short squeeze, which is essentially what happened. But short interest has pretty much dissipated over the last few weeks on GameStop. And GameStop's really not a great company. It's kind of like a dying business model. And I've heard arguments that GameStop's doing their best to update, but they're still fundamentally retail in a gaming market. And these gaming companies are essentially trying to actively move GameStop out of the market, basically through digital sales. So there might be a short opportunity coming up on GameStop. I want to see like consolidation. Basically like a bumpy peak that shows me that we're getting to the top. We're no longer like squeezing the way we have been the last few weeks. No more runs. So we'll add GME to the watch list over here. Alright, let's check out Seeking Alpha. So Alta Beauty just missed on revenue. They did fine on EPS, and their forward guidance wasn't particularly good. So that's kind of the thesis between Alta Beauty taking a dive here. can't really see it because I'm in the way on OBS. And so Alta gave up about 3% on their earnings announcement. So the estimated EPS was 1.49 and the actual was 1.32, so that was an about 11.28% surprise. So we have two questions here, whether or not this is going to run intraday, not run, fade, or whether this is just an entry for a long-term investment. And that's really going to depend on what year-over-year revenue looks like. Also, oh, and we're live. So it looks like Alta's going to sell off on the open. We're going to go ahead and take a small position there. Let's sell market. Let it ride. We'll scale into it if it does well. Oh wow, it looks like it's taken off, so we might have went in the wrong direction there. Not a big deal, happens. We're gonna flatten and wait. So GameStop, Pfizer, and Ulta, everything we're watching is seeing buy-ins at the open, as well as CRM. So this is just people buying the dip. It's weird. I'm gonna wait a few minutes then. I'm probably gonna wait for this candle to resolve in the next candle, and then figure out what I'm gonna do after that. Because this is kind of just weird market optimism right now. I'd like to find a ticker that's strong and ride this. I mean, if we're going to go up, we're going to go up. I think Pfizer's probably a good candidate here. BYND is an interesting one. I heard they just struck a deal with Costco to stock their meatballs or something like that. I can look more deep into that when we're done scalping, like the first 10 minutes of the market open here. This is kind of when we get the most volatility in the day, so I like to take advantage of it. But BYND looks pretty strong long term. I mean, they're first to market. And what's weird is everything these days kind of has like an ounce of tech to it. You know what I mean? Like people are saying like companies like BYND are super overvalued, but I mean, BYND kind of has something proprietary in their meat that isn't necessarily easy to replicate. Let's take a look at the. We can look at the technicals of BYND real quick, actually, without moving too far. And I can just keep an eye on Pfizer. So when you're doing technical analysis, typically you want to start off on longer time frames. So I start off 1 day, 1 year. I could put a moving average on this, but I don't even need to. It looks like we have a fairly strong 1 year trend. Let me switch over. I don't know why I have ATR here. I need MACD. So BYND, it looks like they obviously just kind of got hit pretty hard recently, and they're still overbought quite a bit. So I don't really see an entry here, unfortunately. Let's look at shorter intervals. On the 1 hour, they're oversold as shit. The strength of the trend on the MACD is kind of weakening, so there's a potential reversal. Wow, that Pfizer scalp is paying off right now. At 40.5, I'm going to add to that. Yeah, it looks like BYND just got killed on their last earnings. All right, so this is kind of what we were expecting. This is why I went on Pfizer for a scalp instead of Alta. There was like a general market optimism on opening. Everything went up, right? So we wanted to pick a company that was pretty strong and really had no reason to be down in the first place. Pfizer is obviously shipping their vaccine soon. That's huge news. It doesn't really matter if there's supply chain issues. That might affect short-term profitability, but long-term, it makes absolutely no difference at all. GameStop, I have no reason why they're up right now. But Alta, I have even less reason why. Like I have no understanding in the world why Alta could possibly be up. So I should have went for a short there, but that's okay. We definitely captured some value in the long on Pfizer. I want to go ahead and put a stop right about there. So we're going to edit this order to be a stop at 40.3, and we're going to lock in some profit. Oh, don't hit the stop already. Yeah, GameStop's business model pretty much is dead. But the thing is, there was so much short interest on GameStop for a while. All it took was one big buyer to initiate a short squeeze. And if you know what that means, it's basically just that people are in short positions where they're borrowing the stock in order to sell it so they can buy it back later. The problem is if you have one big buyer, it ends up hitting a bunch of people's stop losses on their short positions. So they have to give up and buy to cover their positions. So you end up with a bunch of like kind of unwilling buyers all at once. As far as today in particular, I have no idea why GameStop's up. Maybe optimism for Christmas sales, but it's kind of silly. I think to some degree the logic might be that GameStop was beaten down because of COVID and you're buying at a low point, but at this point, the people who are still buying GameStop, this is not a low point. That's insanity. It should not be at 17. And actually, I'm looking to buy puts here at some point. I kind of want to do it a little bit closer to Christmas though. You know what? I want to keep an eye on Neo too. God, Lyft and GameStop are moving today. Lyft is up like 5% or something nuts. I don't see anything in the news either. This is just purely a technical rise. People felt like it was a low point, bought in, and now it's outpacing Pfizer, which I find unbelievable. So on my weekly watch list, it looks like Lyft and GameStop are the ones moving most today. Let's check out the short interest on GameStop. This has got to reverse at some point. There's a bunch of ways, dude. I would say first I start off with earnings. Earnings are definitely big catalysts. Here, I'll actually swap over to my browser and I'll show you the websites I use. So, Earnings Whisper, if you go to their Twitter, actually, they release like on a weekly basis, they release kind of like a map of what earnings to expect. Here it is. So that'll give you a good idea of what to expect to be moving on a particular day. Normally earnings is pretty volatile. And then I also use this website, Biopharma Catalyst. And they have a nice little PDUFA calendar here that basically gives you an idea when different pharmaceutical companies are reporting their results on FDA trials. And with a little bit of research, you can kind of figure out how significant their drugs are going to be when they hit the market, and from that garner an idea of how much upside there's going to be in their stock price. There was this one a while ago that I was hoping would get approved. It was like a low testosterone treatment, but basically to figure out how market moving that would be, I used Google Trends to like figure out how many people were searching for low testosterone treatments or something like that. And then Seeking Alpha, normally if you just go to their main news feed, you can kind of pick out stocks that are kind of in a pivotal moments. Generally I use them for more like market-wide trends, like if something's happening with oil or something like that. I know that they're like an oil ETF or like a gold ETF in my weekly watch list, but that's primarily where I come up with most of my ideas. Sometimes you can even go to Wall Street Bets and just see what's being memed. That's typically good for like momentum plays, but you want to size small on those because those momentum plays, like what's going on with the EVs right now, that's like a game of musical chairs, and you're just kind of like walking into a room, and you have no idea how long the music's been playing. You have no idea when it's going to stop. You just want to jump in and then play a little bit and then get out. Hopefully that helps a little bit. GameStop keeps going. I almost have to buy GameStop at this point, which I don't like. I guess Docu is running just as much as GameStop, and Docu is coming off of really good earnings report. So that I'd be a little bit more comfortable buying into as a scalp. Typically when you scalp, you want to plan for bag holding a little bit. So if I buy Docu and it immediately reverses against me and I can't get out of the trade intraday, I'm at least invested in a strong company. As long as I'm sizing appropriately, I can hold on to Docu stock for a little while and not really have to be upset about it. While as with GameStop, I mean, if I get stuck with GameStop, I'll be so pissed off about it. Looks like SPY just found a new all-time high. And we're getting a little bit of capitulation on DocuSign, which is nice. I'd like to see it at least at like 252 before I find an entry there. We're gonna keep an eye on Pfizer and then an eye on SPY so we know what's going on in the broader market. And I mean, the broader market is obviously rallying right now. I wonder what's dragging SPY up though. It must be Apple, because last I looked at Microsoft, Microsoft wasn't doing that well. And Apple and Microsoft are kind of the biggest parts of SPY, so where they go, SPY goes. No, Apple's down. Apple and Microsoft are down. All right, we're actually going to go ahead and join the bid on Docu. This looks strong. So we're in on Docu. I think I want to set initial stop at 252.65. Actually, let's keep it tighter than that. 253.85. $253.85. Actually, I want to stay under the candle of this last red bar. If you were to look at the average true range, I don't have that indicator on here right now. I'm just so used to using it, I know where it's at. So my guess is the average true range would probably be somewhere around, looks like about 40 cents. So I want to keep my stop about 40 cents away from current market price. Just to kind of like let the position breathe and ride out the trend. GameStop just keeps running. I hate it. I hate looking at it. God, I need to find a better angle for my camera here. I just upgraded it at like everything. Trying to get a feel for streaming again. I've got this stupid angle of like the back of my head right now. Alright, SPY is giving up a little ground, which is kind of concerning for our docu position. But docu is outperforming SPY right now, so I'm not super worried about it. As long as the SPY doesn't give up too much, docu should be alright. Thanks, dude. I'm not sure I ever played PLTR, to be honest. I was a little bit too scared of that one. I think I got, like, I just felt like I was too late for it. What's going on with PLTR anyway? Gotta keep an eye on my meme stocks. Oh, they're giving up quite a bit today. How's the EVs? NIO looks like it's finding its legs for the day, but it looks like it's a downtrend. In fact, this looks like a fairly good short scalp here. Tesla's still pretty strong. Tesla seems like it really wants to hit that Goldman Sachs target. If implied volatility drops a little bit, I do want to pick up some Tesla calls. Shit. It looks like Docu's gonna reverse against us here. It's following SPY. Yep, there it is. Hit my stop. There was a sell wall at 253.28. You could see from the time and sales. There was just a bunch of orders bumping into that same price. So somebody was trying to dump at that price level. So we got one pretty decent winner off Pfizer and then one kind of small loser off Docu. Jesus, GameStop is still going. That's all gonna depend on how things go with China right now. I mean, there's kind of two theses that all these talks about delisting Chinese companies are just going to be bad for the broader Chinese market. And then the other thesis is that actually looking closer into a lot of these bullshit Chinese companies is going to help companies like Baba and Neo out, which are legitimate companies. I kind of subscribe to the fact that Baba is probably going to be helped by the whole thing. So I really don't think your odds on Baba hitting 275 before January 15th are bad at all. In fact, we can analyze it by the probability analysis based on current implied volatility. So you're looking for January 15th. Dude, your odds of that happening are so good right now. Let's see. You're looking for 275. So let's see. This area, that's 68% probability. So you probably have about a 45% chance of that happening, which is pretty good. And implied volatility on Baba is relatively low right now. So I actually think when you factor in the market conditions, you probably have better than a 45% chance. Oh shit, look what's going on with Docu. Is there news or is this just selling off? Yeah, there's no news. This is just Docu selling off. So I would ideally like to get in here. You see this bottom blue line? I think that's my 50 moving average, simple moving average. I'd like to buy in somewhere around there. We're just gonna have to look at the time in sales and wait till we see like green coming up consistently on one number, which means that there's gonna like a big buyer supporting it. Oh, here we go. 249.75. We saw that ring up a couple times with big orders, but it fell through. So that's not holding up as a support. We don't have any big buyers there. 249.40. I only saw that maybe 3 times and they were small orders. 249.59. 249. Do we see that again? Yeah, this seems like it's going to consolidate for another couple minutes. Oh, and FYI, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. I'm going to try. Nishal Kadka. Another good way to come up with stocks to watch is just to find a community of traders. There's always going to be people who see something you don't in the market. There's just so many different ways to trade. I really like the Optional University Discord. It's free. There's literally the guy who runs it is Earnings Earl. He's a friend of mine. I've supported him for a long time. He doesn't charge for anything. It's just a community of traders who share ideas. Tesla's just chugging along. Everybody else is selling off. Tesla don't give no fucks. All right, here we go. Looking for consolidation on Docu. I'd like to find an entry here. What the fuck? Big Lock's beat? That's a shock. Docu's still not finding any consolidation. SPY moving up though, and Docu followed SPY on the way down, but it doesn't seem to want to follow it on the way up. What's odd is Alta's strong today, and they did not beat earnings. I'm guessing people are optimistic because their earnings weren't that bad. It's just that they updated their guidance, and that didn't look all that good. But this is going to be kind of a key support for Docu. I think it's going to find support here. In fact, I might be willing to bet on it. Finding support here would basically just confirm that Docu is going to finish green today. It's going to be a strong day for Docu, but there's going to be volatility along the way. Now we're going to go ahead and set our stop for 244.19. At 248, I'm probably going to add. Jobs report came out, apparently pretty mediocre. Don't know the details yet. Wouldn't be surprised to see SPY give up some ground. That's going to be another story of buy the rumor, sell the news, though. The news is going to be that the jobs report is bad. Shortly after, they're going to be talking about how they're coming close to a deal on the stimulus again. So we just saw 3 million in calls come in on MU for 77.5 with a 416 expiry. That's a pretty huge order. Someone's got a lot of confidence in MU. That's a pretty far out expiry, so I don't think it's going to move the market today, but I think somebody definitely sees an entry for MU. And MU is a pretty good company overall, so that wouldn't surprise me. I'm going to put it to MU on my watch instead of Alta. Oh, shit. That's why. MU's moving up today. What's weird is it looked like AMD was pulling back. $416, 77.5. Maybe I'll look into that. I like that. I might just follow that option order because I like MU as a company. And I like to see that somebody else in the world is bullish on MU. Why the hell am I only... There we go. I'm only displaying 4 strikes. Let's see. What did they buy them for? Oh, God. They've already gone up quite a bit in price. That's okay. I want it. If I fill, I fill. If I don't, I don't. So that was a long call on MU. I'm trying to get in at 6:45 on 4:16:21 calls. MU is a company I follow relatively closely, generally pretty strong. And we're just following a big order. Be careful on that one, though, because MU is already running. So implied volatility is going to be increasing, which means that you're buying a call at a pretty high premium. But we have time on that contract. And, I mean, based on the way MU moves in the past, there's almost no way that's not going to expire in the money. I don't want to hold it till expiry. I want to hold it till it's like up 30%. If we end up 20% on the day, I'm going to dump it. So Dockie's on the struggle bus here. It isn't quite giving up yet. About 244.01, we give up the thesis that it's going to be a green day for Docu. I kept my entry pretty small, so I'm okay to let go of this if we have to. Oh, I just saw a bunch of puts coming through on cruise lines. I think it's pretty obvious why. right, Docu is finally showing some price strength. Thank the Lord. This candle was looking really iffy for our position, but this is looking much stronger. I don't like that there's declining value at this price level. That's a problem because it kind of shows us there's huge volume here, and then everybody just kind of took profit over the course of this whole period, and we're not seeing a whole lot of rebuys, which is concerning. Whoa. Huge bearish order on Tesla. 495 puts. $5 million in daily volume. All right, so we're going to swap over and look at unusual option orders on Tesla because $495 puts is unusual. I mean, look at that volume. It's huge. And they're betting it's going to happen soon, too. And that's on the ask side. Holy shit. Economic advisor Kudlow says U.S. economy is way ahead of expectations. I think anyone who's been conscious the last month knows that. God, our docu position is just holding on by a thread. Green candles with really long wicks. I'm gonna start doing some research for my Adobe earnings play. Doesn't look like there's any huge news on Adobe other than a recent acquisition, which is already priced in. Adobe's up a little bit. Oh wow, pretty neutral score on earnings whispers. But based on my research, they tend to do pretty well prior to earnings, but they're lowering their forward EPS, so that's a problem. The volatility priced into the options right now is lower than the average move, so that really doesn't give us a good spread option, which is unfortunate. And we're in the dead center of a pivot point, so we might have to just wait for an Adobe play to present itself. There's really no obvious one. I might add on to my MU position. As I said, I really like MU. It seems like the whales like MU. MU strong from a technical and fundamental perspective. Docu is doing exactly what you hate to see when you scalp, and that's nothing. If it went down anymore, I'd stop out and I'd actually open up the liquidity for a more profitable trade. If it went up, obviously I'd be happy that I'd be taking profits. It's just staying the same and essentially just like wasting my time. All right, finally, Docu is doing something. We're above 248, so I'm going to add. I'm going to try to join at the bid. Apparently Fastly is moving. Let's check that out. Fastly is moving. That's a strong uptrend too. I want a piece of that. We're gonna join at the bid. Ooh, our MU calls are killing it. Snow is apparently doing well too. Let's check that out. This is what I was saying. Daki's doing exactly what fucking you hate to see when you scalp, because we see Snow and we see Fastly killing it. These are easy uptrends to hop in. MU also, but we have liquidity locked up in Daku, which our position right now is profitable, but it's fucking sleepy, dude. At this point, I just want to flatten on Daku and put that money somewhere else because it's just not doing anything. Oh, 1,260,000 calls just came in on Daku. Somebody wants it to move. Here's another big red candle to give up almost all the ground Docu has made. Meanwhile, I have to watch Fastly go up like 1.5% in 15 minutes. Come on, Docu, are you serious? There we go. Sold out of my Docu. Finally, I can put that money somewhere else. It was profitable. But I don't want to sit in that anymore. That's so dumb. I just missed out on like a 2% move on Fastly. It's really hard to find an entry at Fastly while it's already this high, too. The only real option you have when you're trying to buy high and sell higher is to size down, because you're adding, I mean, it's just your risk that it's going to reverse on you while you're at an all-time high is obviously higher than normal. So you don't want to have a huge position. You want to like scale into it. So you buy a little bit, moves up a little bit, you buy a little bit more, you buy a little bit more. And then you just keep an eye on it so you can flatten the second it looks like it's going to reverse. So far I've seen $5 million in puts come in on Tesla, 500,000 in puts come in on NIO. I saw another one for NIO, I'm pretty sure too. No, it was LI. $65,000 in puts come in for LI. Yeah, somebody's expecting a bad day for EV fairly soon. Oh, see, Fastly's moving up. So we made the right move by just hopping in. We're going to add in just a second. We'll go ahead and join at the bid. There we go. Picked up a little bit more. I think that gives us an average price of around 89.3. At 90, we're going to add again. This time we'll probably just do it at market, since we lost a little bit of value there by chasing the bid instead of just pushing them through at market. MU appears to be slowing down just a little bit. No real sign of reversal, just slowing down. All right, so we hit 90 on Fastly. I didn't see it though. I was looking at the news. Kind of missed our entry. Not that worried about it. Tesla's taking a little move down here. I think this confirms that Tesla's not necessarily going to have a very strong green day. We can probably trade within this volume weighted average price channel here. When it gets down to 588.46, you can probably pick up a long. Fastly is giving up a tiny bit of ground, but doesn't really show any commitment toward a downtrend right now. So we might actually take up this opportunity to pick up more. Just saw a $1 million order come in on snow for 500 calls for January 15th. That's pretty big. Yeah, MU is slowing down. What we're hoping for is that it hits this moving average, picks up speed again. Snow's doing what we want MU to do. It hit that moving average, picked up again. I think we can justify an entry there. We'll see how it goes. I don't follow Snow too closely. All I know is they IPO'd at like fucking $30 or something, and they're like 300 now. Really wish I was in on that IPO, but whatever. So, alright, we're profitable on that one. Question is, do we want to add? MU, Fastly, and Snow are all kind of on the same page today. So it kind of feels like having money in all of them is just, it's one big position as opposed to individual ones that could go different ways. Typically, you don't want to allocate that much of your portfolio to one position too. So we see some big orders coming in on SE, and a lot of people in chat say they're moving. Our snow position's killing it. I imagine MU and Fastly are not going to be far behind snow. Snow's the one moving though, so maybe we'll add to snow. It seems to be the market leader here. I mean, we're so far above our entry price at this point. I'm gonna try to join at the bid. I'm not in a big rush to buy at an all-time high. So we got to fill at the bid, which was 378.03, averaged with 375.1. All right, so we did puts on Tesla a little bit earlier. Market price was around 594.23. We just filled in the sale of those puts. I think our entry price was 7.2 for 495 puts on 1218. Our exit price was $8. So we made a nice little bag on that. I don't like to bet against Tesla that often, so if I do and I make money, I'm happy. Fastly found a new high at 90.04, which basically confirms that we're going to continue our uptrend, but we are losing a little bit of velocity here. On Fastly and MU, Snow picked it right back up. It gave up some velocity, hit the moving average, and then started going faster than ever. We're hoping Fastly and MU follow, but they seem a little bit more shy today. Okay, so Laser IPO'd on Thursday. That's interesting. I think they're an EV company. I want to see, are they even trading options yet? Surprisingly, they are. Let's see what the flow is like on Laser. I mean, this EV shit is 99% hype right now, but that doesn't mean, like, as a trader, that I'm above playing it. So, if I have good enough reason to expect an upward move here, I don't really give a shit about fundamentals. I don't see anything as far as options flow for Laser goes yet. I think there's good enough reason here to buy, though. I don't want to go for shares, though. I want to go for options. Current market price is like $30. Why is the best strike they have for calls $30? Fuck it. I guess we'll buy in the money for... Oh wow, that would be a lot of buying power in this account dedicated to that. We'll go for the 25. The last prices got filled at $9.79. MU's still killing it. Might have to add on to my MU position even more. I mean, as long as it keeps going, there's no reason to not add. We might try to add on to snow. I'm going to get out of Fastly. Fastly's just not moving the way I want it to. It's profitable position right now, but there's no reason to lock up liquidity in something that's just not moving the way you want it to. $89.66. CIIC seems to be consolidating. This is a fun one. This is SBAC. This company essentially has no inherent value, so this is not an investment. If you want to trade CIIC, I'd recommend doing it only intraday and only with money you're willing to lose. 378.03. Okay, Snow, MU, and Fastly are giving up ground. That's okay. We're hoping for the same thing they did before, where they hit the moving average and bounce back up, continue their uptrend. Fell through the moving average here. That's a little bearish. I'm not that worried about it, but it does start to make me wonder whether or not it's hit its absolute high of the day. All right, so basically the thesis on CIIC right now is that we're going to find support at the volume weighted average price, which happens to be right around the point of control for the volume profile. So to me, it looked like a pretty good entry. And basically, if I'm going to draw it in, do some quick technical analysis, we're kind of guessing that the trend line is going to look something like this. No guarantees, we just have favorable odds in this situation. Oh my god, look at this. I just see this on Live Squawk. I said this like an hour ago where they were going to release poor jobs data and then announce that talks will resume on the stimulus. That is exactly what happened. Tweeted by Live Squawk. Talking about a COVID relief deal all over again. So moderate volume on that sell candle, which shows that there's a little bit of short interest, decent amount of profit taking. Nothing we're that worried about because we still have like a lot of high volume buy candles. We should see how MU compares to the sector right now. What's the best website to do this on? Actually, Swaggy Stocks is pretty good for this. So MU PE compared to its competitors is moderate. It's still got some room to rise. Intel has a hell of a lot more revenue, but MU is fairly close second. Jesus, MU spends a lot on revenue though. That's bad. Also not an extraordinarily impressive margin. So we don't really want to be in MU that long term. We can play it for the day, but the price is probably going to come back to reality at some point or another. Big bet on SPY calls. $500,000 on 425 calls for April. I don't think whoever put in that order knows that that's never going to hit. That's purely to collect on a difference in premium. All right, so now Fastly is lagging behind MU and Snow. I don't think that's. I mean, that could just be due to Fastly's history. Fastly hit an earnings not too long ago and just absolutely dove. I forget what their 52-week high was, but I think they were at least double the price they are now. Maybe I can sell a covered call on CIIC. Nope, no options. So Pelosi is now saying that she's willing to compromise with McConnell on a smaller deal. Years, I've never heard of that one. Let me look up the bio on that. A nasal treatment for COVID, huh? Oh shit, look at that. Thanks for the tip. That's an interesting one. That's from Sean the One. It says that ears is expected to rally. They have a COVID-19 nasal spray to prevent the virus. It looks like the initial efficacy data is pretty good. Oh, I accidentally clicked some bullshit. December 1st, 2020, up to 99.4% reduction of viral titer in human epithelial cell culture. All right, let's keep an eye on that one. I'm just going to get out of CIIC. I'm probably going to just about break even on it. I don't care. It's not moving. This is a situation we were talking about this morning with Docu. Like, the most annoying thing to deal with when you're scalping is a fucking ticker that's not moving. Because, I mean, if it goes down, you can stop out. No big deal. Move on. Use the liquidity elsewhere. If it goes up, then you win money. If it stays the same, then you have buying power locked up on dumb shit. So there we go. I broke even. I sold it for almost the exact same price I bought it for. I can stop watching this dumbass ticker. Ears looks like it got a pop on that positive news pretty recently. Let's look at the bio for this company, see what their current market cap is, and how that compares to companies with other COVID-19 treatments. Currently, analysts say overvalued, but analysts don't know shit. So it looks like they might actually make earnings this year, as opposed to just bleeding like $30 million a year. One analyst says they're worth $15. That might be a stretch. That looks like a high-risk biopharma play, though. Let's see what Biopharma Catalyst has to say about him. Why don't I see anything about their COVID treatment? Oh, here it is. Effective protection against viral infection 48 hours post-infection. Average virus titers were 90% lower than observed in controls. So this isn't even necessarily specific to COVID, which is good news for this company because that means their drug is going to have a broader market, but they're going to be able to promote it as a preventative COVID treatment. Oh my God, look at Snow go. Let's swap over here so you can see this. Snow is still going. This fucking ticker is money. We're going to join at the bid. We're just going to keep playing off this momentum. We can't even join at the bid. It's moving too fast. We'll buck it. We'll buy market. Our average price is so much lower than current. I'm not worried about it. Fastly and MU are slowing down, but Snow just does not stop. This company also has a couple drugs in the work, which is actually good, but I'm trying to figure out what phase of testing this antiviral is. I think it's probably in phase 1 or 2, which means it's got a while to go, but that also means there's still a lot of upside to this company. Alright, Fastly has to stay above 88.51. I already dumped most of my shares. I'm hoping to get rid of my final lot of shares at around 90. But if it gets below like 88.5, I'm just going to stop out. And I'll still be at a profit. It's just, again, I don't want to have the liquidity locked up in a ticker that's not moving much anymore, especially with like lasers on its way up, and we know it's probably going to keep going. It's riding the EV hype. Very recently IPO'd. The way IPOs have been going, especially for EV companies, I mean, there's really no way to even tell when laser's going to stop. I'm just going to keep adding on to it. Honestly, the only things I want to be in right now are snow and laser. ME is a pretty good, solid overall company as far as investing goes, and we had a good run today, but at this point, I want to be out of it. And we are at a profit with MU, so maybe it's time to just dump. Yeah, you know what? If I can get out at the mid price, I'm going to do it. Alright, so we dumped MU. Just not moving enough for us right now. In fact, it's moved down a little bit. And we got out of profit, so I'm not worried about it. Snow continues to move. I'm going to have to add on to that. Fastly, that's got to do something soon, otherwise I'm going to flatten. Oh, ME's pulling back too. That was a good time to get out. Snow, I'm going to add on. My average is so low. I might as well. So what I'm looking here for is I'm chasing momentum. So I just want this, like, the next candles to stay above this candle. So 384.66. What is... Everybody's talking about SE. What is SE? C Limited engages in digital entertainment, e-commerce, and digital financial service businesses in Southeast Asia, Latin America, the rest of Asia, and international. It provides... Oh, did this recently IPO? Why is everybody so hype about it? Oh, it must have. All right, we're finally out of Fastly, at a profit. All right, we dumped Fastly at 90. Bonjour, Finding Jay. How's it going, man? Snow is just printing money for us. Laser is just printing money for us. SE looks like it has some potential. We're giving up on Fastly and MU. We got out of MU and Fastly, both at a profit, but they just weren't moving fast enough for us. Algo trading? No, bro. I used to fuck around with algo trading, but algo trading is like, it's a lot of work for not a lot of money, dude. You're just constantly doing research. Do you try algo trading? Maybe you're better at it than I am. Do you? You have any luck? Alright, people in my Discord, but he's small money. Dude, we all start off with small money. The trick is to just YOLO it into Tesla and see what happens. Oh, dude, I mean, what is that? That's like 50 some percent over what time frame? Two months. That's not bad. That's actually really good if you're algo trading. Most algo traders are looking for maybe like 3% a month. And even that, I mean, I couldn't achieve. The problem is, like, as soon as you find an algo that works, it only works for like a couple months and then it doesn't work. Yo, what up, AZN? How you doing, man? Thanks for joining the stream, bro. We're going to do some Adobe earnings at some point today, but right now we're just scalping. I'm looking for a good entry on SE here. Everybody in the Discord says SE is awesome. We're also playing the laser hype. You also can't lose on snow. %8 drop on what? Oh yeah, dude. I'm looking at restream.io, so I can see like the chat from Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube all at once. So I'm talking to somebody on YouTube and you're looking at Twitch right now. Did you? Bro. I can't say the temptation to revenge trade hasn't gotten the best of me before, dude. I mean, Tesla almost killed me doing stupid revenge trades. But as you get more experience, you just get over that shit, dude. Most of what frustrates me anymore isn't a stock going down or like getting fucked and losing money. It's a stock going nowhere. I feel like I've been bitching about that all morning. People are probably getting really sick of it by now, but like I hate when I buy into something and it just stops moving, because if it goes down, it's like I know I should sell it, just get out, move on to the next one. If it goes up, obviously that's awesome because you're making money, but when it goes nowhere, it's like you have to watch all these other tickers gaining like 1% over a half hour, and you're just sitting there not doing anything. I wonder how Docu's doing, by the way. That's one of the tickers that wasn't moving that I gave up on. Oh, it looks like Docu gave up a lot. Bro, if you can figure out a working algo, that's definitely the way to do it. Is it trading options or is it actually trading equities? Nice. 33% on equities, dude. What? Or is it just trading news? T is actually a good idea. What's your main business, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'd recommend if you're going to full-time day trade, you probably want to have at least $50,000. And even then, like, it's going to require some work. What is CRM? Is it actually moving, dude? I just dumped my shares in CRM. Bro, are you serious? I'm getting out of CRM. CRM has been an absolute nightmare for me. Snow is pulling back just a little bit. Same with laser. MU is just kind of flat. Fastly just broke out recently. There was really no reason for CRM to get beat down the way it did in the first place. I'm surprised it's taken so long to move back up. I mean, if you look at Alta this morning, Alta got beat down on bad earnings and then just almost immediately got bought up. Yeah, Snow is like you can't lose on Snow at this point. It's weird. Yeah, I'm not sure you can trade Snow with a $20 account. You'll get there, dude. Especially if you're algo trading. I mean, that's such a cool way to do it if you can. Because after school, you're going to need to find a job to pay off your student loans anyway. So if you can just have an algo run in the background while you're at work, just grinding through your student loans, you'll be way ahead of your average person by the time you're like 25. I'm assuming you're under 25. Most students are. All right, so Snow and Laser are pulling back a little bit. Nice, dude. Good for you. I was able to avoid loans for the first part, but it took me forever to get out of college because, like, I probably had maybe like a 40% run on scholarships. And then I did my first 2 years in community college just to save money, and then transferred to a state college and finished up. I think all in all, by the end of it, I only had like $10,000 in loans, which I was able to pay off in about 4 years. Yeah, dude, for sure. Avoid debt at all costs. That's just, I don't know. Maybe it's a little dramatic, but it seems like the modern debt system is kind of like slavery. Dude, community college was great. It was like a great maturation experience for me. I went to state college and it shocked me how much all the kids there like fucked around. Because I went to community college, which is like half adults, and like everybody there is like to study and get it done. So just, I don't know, the level of maturity in community college was a lot higher than it was in state college, in my opinion. So when I got to state college, I was like all business. I mean, I still like went out with friends and everything, but I just had no problem like balancing studying for exams and like partying. While as my friends, like their third and fourth years, like their GPAs just plummeted because they just weren't used to like buckling down and getting shit done. Oh yeah, dude. And then they drop out with like $70,000 in debt or something, which is just like, what do you think you're gonna do after this? For sure. And it's horrifying that they don't. I mean, they're too young. I don't know. They're too young, or they just haven't had any real responsibilities. I think I mean, when you think about the fact that like somebody can go $100,000 into debt that they can't file for bankruptcy on, but they can't like drink a beer, is just fucking insane. But yeah, they don't know how to study. They don't take it seriously. They accrue hundreds of $1,000s in debt, and then like half of them drop out. It's unbelievable. All right, snow is continuing to move up. We apparently just can't lose on snow today. I think I could set a stop at 387.29. What I want to do is I want to see like another green candle here. We want to see if it's going to continue this pattern of kind of like big green candles, little consolidation, big green candles, little consolidation. I think that pattern is going to continue. What I want to see is if this next green candle is a big green candle. I'd be surprised if that's all it was. 3.7 trillion. Let's look that up. 1.6 trillion, according to Forbes. I'm shocked that that's all it is. And nobody's giving these like I don't want to say kids because I'm not that much older, but like nobody's giving these like adults like realistic outcomes for what they can do with their degrees after they graduate. Like if you're going to school for liberal arts and shit, the counselors just kind of like encourage you and like egg you on like, yeah, you can do this and this and this. You literally can't do anything with a liberal arts degree unless you're going to school for like something STEM related or some kind of like trade school or something specific. Like it's better to just not go to school. I went for finance and business, and even that, like, I mean, after community college, yeah, color theory, even the return on finance and business, I'm glad I did it, but state college was such a waste of money, dude. I think most of the useful stuff I learned in community college in the form of like studying calculus and a little bit of like business math. Um, but I mean, after that, most of what I learned in state college, I could learn from YouTube videos. So, this is not the big green candle we were hoping for on snow. And we have to set a stop somewhere. That was supposed to be a stop, but that order got ate up so quickly. All right, edit, stop, and then confirm. Oh, I'm not on Thinkorswim, my bad. I gotta get used to this. I finally just got a PC good enough to actually like stream. I was trying to stream on my laptop for the longest time and it was just awful. Everybody complained about the terrible frame rates, terrible sound. Oh, apparently CRM is breaking out. It sure is. Do you? I mean, I can imagine that. What are you doing? Just coding? Or like specifically you said you do some kind of, let me scroll up. I'm sorry. It's a little early. I need a couple more glasses of tea. I know you said you did something to do with programming. Oh, that's cool. So game development mostly? That's a fun job. That's kind of a neat direction to go into because, I mean, you can get like a regular job. And then also, when you're in a situation like you are where you're studying, you can kind of like work on your own projects. And shit, if you get lucky. I mean, what was that dumbass game like Flappy Bird or something? I'm sure that took like a game developer maybe like an afternoon to develop and it became huge. All right. Oh, computer science and data science. Okay. Not game development. So you're on the hard science end of it. All right, so we stopped out of snow. I'm not super happy about that. We might be able to find a re-entry though. It's already up 15% on the day. I haven't actually worked with Raspberry Pis myself, but I've seen people do some crazy shit with that. I'd like to learn more about it, but do you? Do you get into like the robotics and all that shit people do with them sometimes? They're fairly cheap, aren't they? Oh, that's actually okay. That makes sense. So you did just to like lower their uh like the amount of power consumption you need. Is that why you run them on the Raspberry Pis? Ah. What year are you in of school, if you don't mind me asking? Junior. All right. So you're pretty far along. Have you ever thought about doing like a YouTube channel or something like that? Yeah, that's true. You can get like a lavalier mic for like $20. Um, the reason why I recommend it is just because like I own a business on top of this. I own like a karaoke bar in Las Vegas, but with COVID shutting down and everything, I like to stay busy. And I mean, I started actively trading when Bitcoin was like $20. I think that must have been like a decade ago or something like that. And just like I don't know, staying active and posting on social media means so much to even like potential business partners and like jobs. You wouldn't think it means anything, but I mean, the fact that you're making all these things, like you're developing this algo trading system with Raspberry Pis, just to have evidence of that, like you can show to employers, and I don't even know if that's the direction you want to go in after school, means like so much. You wouldn't think it's a big deal, but it really, I mean, like I've had potential business partners see my activity on social media and just like read the articles I've written and just decide to partner with me just based on the fact that it sounded like I knew what I was talking about. So it's kind of like a perpetual resume you put out into the world, or an interactive resume. Just a thought. I mean, I'd watch it. If you ever just want to like record a video on your cell phone of what your Raspberry Pis look like, and yeah, social media is kind of like a necessary evil these days, though. As much as everybody hates it, I think we're all just gonna have to get used to it to some extent anyway. It'd be nice if they weren't designed to be systems that take up more and more of your life. You know, at first like LinkedIn was kind of like a cool alternative to Facebook because you just kind of like left it separate from your personal life. But now LinkedIn bothers you with shit like people's birthdays, and people post like political articles on that, and then it's just become like Facebook 2.0. And I think they're that way by design because they have to sell ads, and to sell ads they have to increase interactivity. So it's like everything inevitably comes Facebook. God, Fastly just keeps moving. I got to re-enter Fastly. I don't want to because it stopped moving on me earlier, but snow's kind of going sideways. It might be worth finding another entry in snow just because it's been consistently going up all day. There's no real reason to believe it's going to stop now. But at 15%, I can't help but feel like there's got to be some limit to how much it moves up today. It's a $385 stock. What is the market cap on snow at this point? Yeah, dude, it is annoying as fuck. I hate how many of them there are to manage too. I used to hate Twitter, but I'm actually starting to like Twitter more just because it's so minimalist. I hate the whole Facebook environment where you have to fill out this profile and people see your interactions with other people, and there's this gigantic timeline of your existence and your relationship to other people, and employers look at it. Twitter, there's kind of this assumption that there's not going to be any privacy whatsoever. So you immediately know to be a little bit careful about your interactions on Twitter. And, you know, the only things people can see on your Twitter are the things you tweet and then like the one picture you have on Twitter. Your one profile picture. Alright, what is the market cap? Looking at the wrong ticker. 107 billion. It's added 15% to 107 billion. That's nuts. What is Fast at? Fastly's only 10 billion. So I mean, a 10% swing on that is far more plausible than 107 billion. Yeah, I'm actually going to BRB too. I'm going to go fill up some iced tea, so. Yeah, buddy. Black tea, baby. Dude, it is bizarre to me how flat Microsoft has been. When it busts out, it's gonna bust out pretty significantly. I'm just waiting for option flow to reflect some strength in the price movement. But it doesn't make any sense for it to. I mean, if you look at the 5-year chart of Microsoft, it's never done anything but go up. All right, we are picking up another entry on Fastly. It's moving. Why not? We're going to go ahead and keep an eye on SPY so we don't get caught in some broader market downtrend. All right, snow seems to be finding support on the 11 moving average on the 5 minute. You can just see by the average true range kind of declining. I don't have that. Oh shit, that's a big candle. Never mind. It duped me. All right, this looks like an actual temporary reversal on snow. It has not significantly broken under this trend line in a while, so it's at risk right now. I wouldn't say it's for sure a reversal. If I'm going to find a re-entry, I want to find it at somewhere around 382.5, maybe 382.8. In the meantime, Fastly's being good to me. I'm going to keep trading Fastly. CIIC is up 30% today. I think that's because Kramer officially said it was Boomer approved. Something, he said it was going to be Tesla's little brother or some shit. So CIIC seems to be consolidating right now. That's not to say that it couldn't still move up. God, I hate the drawing tools on Thinkorswim. They're such shit. We're going to swap over to TradingView. This is kind of the theory as is right now. Kind of think we're going to consolidate into this point. Now, typically what happens, and people who are really big pattern traders call these like flags. I don't really like to pattern trade because I think you can pretty much fit any pattern in the world to any situation. But this tends to be something that repeats in markets over and over again. You have this big wave up, smaller wave up, smaller wave up. This is just called consolidation. And essentially when you see a consolidation like this on a really highly volatile stock like this, what you're going to see after the consolidation is a breakout one way or the other. And I mean, as a day trader, I don't like to guess before I see it happens. There's usually plenty of momentum, so there's no rush to get into it. But yeah, I mean, we're essentially just waiting for this to consolidate a certain amount, and then it's, once it breaks out either up or down, if it breaks under these lines, then if it breaks under this bottom line, I'll go short. If it breaks over this top line, I'll go long. I'm in no hurry. I'm just keeping an eye on it. It's moved 30% today. So when it moves, it's probably going to move. And speaking of moving, snow is showing some price strength here. I'm not necessarily convinced yet, but maybe I'll take a small entry at the bid. We've won so much on snow today, we can take a little risk. Fastly still working its way up. Oh, huge Baba 390 call coming in for 9/17 of next year. More than $500,000. So we did not get a fill on snow yet. But I'm not in a hurry. I don't think this is going to get away from us. It might. It's generally a bad idea to chase trades. So I'm not worried about it if it does get away from us. Okay, we got filled on snow. Now we have quite a bit of volume accumulated on this candle, so I'm going to call this our stop. 384.5. It looks like CIIC has a potential for a breakout here. Now, if it gets above that top line, like I said earlier, I'm expecting it to continue running. In which case, I'm going to go long. Hasn't quite made it yet. All right. Snow kind of failed to meet expectations on that move up, so I'm just going to flatten. I'm going to flatten and wait to see what happens. Trade momentum, not expectations. Fastly still running for us. We're going to go ahead and add on at the bid on Fastly. Yeah, I think snow is heading down at this point. This looks like kind of a slip and fall. This is something you see a lot on tickers that have seen huge run-ups. You see this kind of like big fall down, and then it looks like it's consolidating, but it's kind of like a minor bull trap. I think it has a higher probability of seeing a pretty major capitulation. Nothing's for sure. That's why I use the word probability. I'd only give it about a 70% probability of further capitulation. But as soon as I see a big red candle come here, I'm going to sell into the market. Fastly still moving up for us. Can't lose on Fastly. We gotta remember to keep an eye on Adobe. That's gonna be my next big earnings play. Ooh, and it's sold off today. So we actually do have a pretty good entry for a put credit spread. which is what I've been looking to do. Let's check out Market Chameleon. See, the problem was that the volatility is shitty right now, so I'm not really in a position where I can sell premium. Oh, Costco earnings is coming up. Four days. Costco tends to be strong for earnings, so I do like this call spread for their earnings. So we're going to short a 25 delta call and long a 15 delta call. And CIIC is doing pretty much exactly what I said it would. Just consolidating in there. Fastly's kind of putting me in a tough spot. I'm probably going to flatten here if we get to 94.25. My entries are just a little bit too close. Snow did exactly what I said it would, and we're going to sell market. It's kind of doing this fake out consolidation. It's not actually consolidating. There's going to be a lot of profit taking. This is going to be a quick in and out on Snow too. I'm not looking to hold this one for even more than like 5 minutes. We're already profitable. Look at what's going on with Costco. Oh, Costco's at a low. It's like right above support too. Now is a really good time to do put credit spread on Costco, I think. Welcome back. We're gonna flatten on. We're probably gonna have to flatten on snow. I don't buy that this is necessarily reversing and going up, but the whipsaw is enough to shake me out of this position. It was a small position. Not that worried about it. All right, Fastly still looking good. Still probably gonna add. AVGO. All right, for an earnings play, I'm probably going to do a bull put spread on AVGO. I like the edge that Market Chameleon's giving me on this one. I want to take profit at like 20% if it gets there, though. We're going to sell 410, buy 405. We'll see if that fills. All right, so I had to take a loss on snow. Not a big deal. Second loss of the day out of maybe like 15 trades. Not that worried about it. CIIC is still consolidating. Go back to that chart, doing exactly what I said it would. Oh, it broke out just a little bit. That's not outside of the average true range yet, though, so I don't buy it. It's got to be outside of the average true range. Otherwise, it's just whipsaw. Signal noise. Let's see if there's been any unusual trades on AVGO. So we got a 345 call for 105,000, 250 put for $250,000. Neither one of which are recent, so nobody's really playing AVGO earnings other than me. How about Costco? We actually got a decent amount of Costco puts, which is concerning. They're not very big orders, though. I mean, it's like a $500,000 total, as opposed to a $10,000 call. So I'd actually say that we're mildly bearish on Costco. Kind of neutral, though. I think Costco might be an iron condor. Let's see if there's any super exciting news. Singapore becomes first to approve lab-grown meat. Oh, Fastly is whipsawing a little bit. We got to be prepared for this. All right, 95.65, and we will flatten. We'll stop out. Yeah, I just don't see Costco beating earnings expectations enough to see like a gigantic rally. It's already relatively low compared to the last month. So what we can do is we can build an iron condor piece by piece. In the run up to earnings, we'll build the put credit spread end because I think it's going to run up to earnings. That's what the pattern has been in almost every earnings this season. And then the day before, we'll build the call credit spread side. Or we can do a butterfly or something like that. And depending where volatility is, we can just do a put. If implied volatility is very high compared to the average move, we'll go for a call credit spread and gamble on IV crush. If the implied volatility is relatively low compared to the average move, we'll go for a put. Because I don't see any big market making news on Costco. Costco tends to beat modestly. No huge surprise there. The downside risks on Costco is they might be afraid to offer forward guidance, as a lot of companies have been, just because they don't know whether or not shutdowns are going to be initiated again. So that would definitely drive it down post earnings. All right, Snow is making a convincing case for it to continue up. I mean, this green bar is like turning into a frenzy. I'm tempted to short it just because I know it's going to get back down to 390. Fastly's getting close to the point where we want to flatten. Yeah, we're going to flatten on Fastly. Yeah, and if we go to Costco earnings analysis, we can see, okay, here we ran up a little bit before earnings, stayed flat before earnings, went down before earnings, ran up 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 before earnings. And we're starting off low here. So we have good odds of running up before earnings. What is volatility at, though? Let's look at our current implied volatility. Oh my God, this is so slow. Our implied volatility is actually extremely low, but our historic volatility is very high. So this actually looks more like a call or a call debit spread. Holy shit, yeah, Snow's going back. That's a new high. So we're going to join at the bid, because Snow is probably going to continue up. It kind of seems counterintuitive to buy at a high, but when you're momentum scalping, it actually makes a little bit of sense. You're basically just betting that it's going to find a new high, which it's been doing all day. So there's no reason to expect it to stop now. We're already really profitable on Snow. If it turns against us, I'm not worried. The point at which we want to stop out is probably 387.67. So let's look at what Market Chameleon has to say about Costco right now. I know it's going to recommend spreads, but I want to see calls that make sense. So you can see our 30-day implied volatility is dropping, which is bizarre because we're getting closer to earnings. And the recommendation here, I actually agree with, is a long call. That's what I was saying. Funny, right? It's like I know what I'm doing. And that's what we're going to do. We're probably going to go for a long call with strike 382.5, and we're going to close that like the day before earnings. We're just hoping for a run up. And this is giving us December 24th, which I also like. That's a decent amount of time. Makes it so theta doesn't really hurt us all that much. 382.5. Fuck, I way overpaid for those though. Shit, I bought them at the ask. Did I buy them at the ask or I buy them at the mid? I think I bought them at the mid. I hope I bought them at the mid. That would have been really stupid on my part if I bought at the ask. I guess I'm still not that worried about it, but I'd be pissed off. Okay, I did it at the mid. Not in that bad a shape then. All right, CIIC is officially at the point where it's going to have to make a decision on which direction it wants to go in. This is just, the consolidation has gotten way too tight. At this point, it's like the market maker can't even make a profit off the spread. Let's search Twitter for news on Costco real quick. It looks like a lot of people are going for calls on Costco. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and post that in verified trades. So $500,000 calls on Peloton for 130, 1224. That's a pretty tight bet. That's interesting. All right, Snow is kind of reaching a bumpy peak here. It found a new high. It flopped down quite a bit on us. I'm not entirely worried about it yet. I want to see how much lottos on Fastly are. Fastly is moving. So we made kind of a bad short on Fastly that I'm trying to parlay my way out of. I think Fastly is honestly bullish for the rest of the day. I tried to short it. I kind of shorted it in a bad spot though, and it looks like I'm going to get out of it at a profit, so I'm not that worried about it. We're kind of expecting a similar pattern to Snow. Snow had a big drop here, found a new high, increasing volatility as it decides what it wants to do directionally. Earnings Earl is calling it at Fastly hits $100 today. I don't know about that. I think it's decidedly bullish today. It's behind Snow, so there's still potential for it to rise. And it's a smaller market cap than Snow, so I mean, less money moves it. If Snow can move 15%, I don't see why Fastly can't. Let's see what the big dogs are doing on Fastly. We got an 85 call for 12.11. Some puts. Oh, that's on almost $2 million worth of calls. That's a big one. That's in the money too. That's a bet. So the big option orders are decidedly bullish. All right, Fastly and Snow both finding a little bit of price strength. Not necessarily convincing continuations of current trends. Fastly's actually looking a little bit stronger than Snow right now. But they've been kind of passing the torch all day as far as which one's going to move. It seems like they take turns. Snow slowed down and Fastly moved. And then Fastly slowed down and Snow moved. Snow seems to want to continue the fade. It has not passed key support levels. I'd say 388. Once it gets one average true range below that, we start looking at a scary reversal. Before that, I just call it a consolidation. Either way, really not showing enough commitment either way for me to enter a position. I'd like to see Fastly break over 95 again. I think if it could reach 95 with volume, that would show me enough commitment to convince me that the probability of it swinging for a new all-time high is high enough so that I can justify buying in. You know, if you were a risk taking trader, if you happen to be watching this stream and you are a Wall Street bet-esque trader, if I were to take some lottos, I would take them right now on Fastly and Snow. Yeah, I mean, you gotta understand what you're doing. The odds of them hitting are very low, but I mean, in this situation, your odds are better than just randomly picking a lotto for sure. Because I do think Fastly is going to consolidate and find a new high here. And Snow seems to be leading the way a little bit. It's showing a little bit more price strength than Fastly right now. Whereas Fastly's broke under my moving averages, Snow is staying just above them. And it looks like Snow is about to take a swing at a new all-time. Yeah, Snow's making another swing for it, without a doubt. I think Fastly's going to follow. It's worth a bet for me, for sure. I'm going to join at the bid here. Looks like even MU is going to swing for another eye. MU's been slow as shit today. Not as slow as DAQ, but still slow. Yep, MU found another high. We're going to join at the bid because I think that's going to run.
Good morning. It's National Cookie Day.
Alexa, stop.
Take 'em, share 'em or snare 'em.
Whoa, 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 whoa. $2 million bet on FSR EV company 1218 for $10. The strike is $10. That's a huge bet. I want to see what else the whales are doing on this. Let's check Twitter. Did we see some news? Oh, 1 minute ago, House to legalize marijuana. Oh, shit. Wait, why are people lumping this EV company in with that? What am I missing? Alright, Benzinga's spamming this shit. AOC is backing a bipartisan COVID bill. That's big. And there's a vote on marijuana. We gotta watch marijuana stocks. We're gonna swap one of my charts over to ACB. Gotta keep an eye on that. If that runs, I want a piece of that for sure. Alright, so now we're gonna see what the whales are doing on FSR. Is there something I missed here? We've got some big puts on FSR. Not that big though. $500,000 in $13 ACB calls. That's worth a follow in my opinion, seeing as the vote is coming up today. And that is for, we got the whale doing it for 12.11. And I am going to follow that one. How much did they get it for? 1.03? Shit, we're getting a discount. Alright, now we gotta keep an eye on ACB. Fastly selling off, snow is falling and finding a new all-time high. MU also working its way up to a new all-time high. I'm gonna have to dump my positions on Fastly if it gets any lower here. I don't want to have the liquidity locked up. Huge bet on FSR. Not sure I understand. $2 million on in the money calls. Alright, in a sec here, I want to set a stop on MU at about 74.1. We need one more green candle before I do that, though. Oh, Fastly is such a letdown. I'm flattening that. I'm over it. I'm just gonna add on to Snow instead. Fastly doesn't want to go up. We gotta clean out. Let's check out PFE. PFE looks good. It's on bad news right now. It's kind of on like made up bad news. I want to do some 45 calls. Or something bullish. I'm not sure. I might do a CDS. Jesus, Fastly. Fucking stop selling off. Where are we even going at this point? See what Market Chameleon has to say about PFE. It likes iron condors or a bull put spread. But volatility is relatively low right now. I'm not sure I agree with that. Yeah, I like a call better. Oh no, it's all good, man. Take it easy. Have a good day. Enjoy class. Thanks for the follow, bro. All right, Fastly is officially turning bearish. Short on Fastly right now. Probably going to add. It's convinced me. Broke under both my moving averages. Holy shit, ACB. Rest in peace. What the fuck is going on? They just announced they're gonna vote on potentially legalizing marijuana on like a federal level. The House, ACB sells off. What is going on? Just an afternoon pullback? What the hell happened? Hey Bob, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. Alright, ACB seems to be consolidating a little bit. Honestly, it should be sky high right now because the House is going to vote to legalize marijuana shortly. Not really sure what's going on with Fastly. Is this like an area of support historically? I can't. I mean, we can see at this price level this sell-off started before, so maybe that's potentially it. Fastly's all over the place, though. MU found a new high. I might go long, or even longer. I already have 100 shares. I forgot about that. So yeah, I'll try to find an entry at the bid. Snow is dead. Hard to say whether Snow and Fastly are going to find reversals at the end of the day or not. It's pretty strong potential for them to just continue down, but MU looks like it wants to stay strong intraday, so oh my god, fuck you, CRM. Damn, I had a PCS for earnings on CRM. The short strike was at 330, blasted through it, sat at 220 all week. Now at the day of the expiration, it looks like CRM is actually going to take a swing at 230. I could have exited that at a profit. That's brutal. All right, Fastly does look like it's finding some level of support here. I'm really not entirely sure whether or not it's worth an entry. I might go for options. All right, let's see how this goes. We're taking another swing at Fastly. We went for 95 call expiring today. That's kind of a lotto. They're cheap enough though. Fastly's been moving a lot. It's given up about 4% in the last hour. If we see a reversal, 95 is entirely plausible. Question is, are we going to see a reversal? Looks like we're going to see more red bars. Wow, Fastly does not want to continue end of day. We're already going to let go of those calls. I don't want to dick around with this. We're not going to find a reversal. Oh my fucking god, ACB, the House just passed a bill to end marijuana prohibition. All right, so we're watching ACB right now. The House just passed a bill to, let's see what exactly it says. Damn it, I just saw it. Yeah, I saw it on Yahoo News. All right, this is the article saying they were planning on voting on it, but I just got a notification on my phone that says they actually passed it. I can't actually find it on Yahoo Finance though. Yet I got the notification on my phone from Yahoo Finance. So I don't know where the hell it went. Either way, that's going to be a big one for ACB or Hexo. We're going to watch both of them actually. I got a little move. I don't know what's going on though. These should be moving more. That's huge news. Oh, it came up? Oh, there it is. You're right. I'm honestly kind of shocked we're not seeing more movement in the medical marijuana sector. Do you even call it medical marijuana sector anymore? Just the marijuana sector. ACB and Hexo. Hexo's moving a little bit more than ACB, which means it's worth a shot to me. We're going to move those down to my quick trades, and then I might want to flatten on MU just to free up the liquidity, because I think MU is probably done for the time being. I want to get out of MU somewhere around 7.33 though. Fastly can go fuck itself. God, it looks like it wants to reverse, but I just don't buy it at this point. Yeah, I know the odds are low, but I mean, actually voting on it is going to make the politicians who vote no accountable. And marijuana is increasingly, I mean, decriminalizing it federally is becoming increasingly popular, even among like right wing people. I think almost all libertarians feel that marijuana should be decriminalized. So it's a pretty big step. Man, I think there's just going to be like midday weakness all day. Nothing is really performing all that well. Fastly's given up a ton of ground. Snow's given up a ton of ground. ACB and Hexo just got huge news and they're not moving at all. In fact, it looks like they're preparing for another leg down. Based on the MACD, it looks like this is not an uptrend in the marijuana sector, which is just, I don't know. I won't say mind-blowing to me, but looks like our PCS on AVGO is killing it. Costco calls haven't really gone anywhere quite yet. But that's okay. We got time. All right, at 1.08, I'm going to flatten on Hexo. At $11, I'm going to flatten on ACB. All right, MU is approaching the 11 moving average on these big intraday uptrends. That tends to be an area of support. So hopefully we get a bounce off that and I can take my exit. If it falls through, I'm just going to flatten. And that looks like a flatten. Yep, I'm over it. We're out. All right. How is Neo doing today? Looks like it's still getting beat down. I mean, ECB and Hexo aren't going down, but they're just not going anywhere. It's bizarre. This seems like it'd be at least worth a 2% run, you know, not down 6% on the day. But that's okay. We got some solid plays on Costco and AVGO. I'm feeling good about both those plays. I need to add that to my calendar when I sell out of those, though, because I want to be out of those before earnings. All right, Pfizer's got some good news. If I didn't mention it earlier, I already picked up Pfizer calls. Pfizer's down for some nonsense reason, supply chain issues, which in the long term will not affect profitability. And the amount of the current sell-off is just silly when you take that into consideration. I also want to find a good spot to pick up NIO calls. The EV is a lot of hype, but when you actually do the math after this capitulation, NIO is about at the same valuation as Tesla was when they were shipping out the same amount of units. So when NIO and Tesla, or when Tesla was selling the same amount of cars that NIO currently is, Tesla was around $43. So NIO's path to Tesla's current valuation is totally plausible, especially when you consider the fact they have like far greater access to the Chinese market than Tesla, and we have to flatten on ACB. That's it. We're gonna go ahead and flatten on Hexo too. I think marijuana stocks just aren't going to move. That's all there is to it. So we'll go ahead and look into more earnings plays. I think the afternoon is going to be kind of, I don't know, uneventful. It looks like Fastly's just going to continue to sell off. I bet Snow is doing the same. Oh, no, Snow's actually strong. I mean, it's consolidating, but Fastly's just, ugh. Complete waste of money. Hmm. GameStop CCS looks pretty tempting. Where is GameStop? GameStop's really high right now, isn't it? I do kind of like the GameStop CCS. So let's look how GameStop typically does around earnings. Last earnings it got shit on. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Almost every earnings, GameStop ends up disappointing. So it'll probably disappoint on this one. Look at this breakup too. God. GameStop's silly. God, the premium isn't worth anything though. I mean, you basically have to sell in the money. Which I guess the risk or reward is there, but I don't know. I just don't know if I want to do that. I guess I'd be better off selling in the money. GameStop just has so far to fall. I mean, if you sell this at mid, your max loss is $20. Your max profit is $480. But that expires today. Let's check it out the 18th. Uh, 17. Let's see what we can get if we sell the 21 and buy the 25, because they seem overpriced. Buy the 25. Last price was $1.38. No, that's not right. Alright. Sell 17, buy 13. Let's just see what an iron condor would go for. Sell iron condor. And now Let's sell the 21 and buy the 25. And we will buy the 13 put and sell the 17. That seems kind of tight. Oh, you know what? I did that wrong. I'm so retarded. Okay, so we want to buy the 25 call. Sell the 21. Sell the 17 put. And buy the 13 put. God, it's going for 248 right now. That's huge. Let's see. All right, I say we punch it in. Now I just gotta write down my earnings date. So I got one on Costco, one on AVGO, and one on GameStop. I want to close all these before actual earnings. All right, so we're closing Costco and AVGO on the 9th, and GME we're probably going to close on the 7th, and then we'll figure out what we want to do after that. As far as repositioning for the actual earnings date, I think Costco is likely to disappoint. AVGO is kind of a toss up. GameStop's almost for sure going to disappoint. So I want to be out of the bottom side of that short iron condor before earnings. I mean, GameStop almost never does anything but disappoint. But it's running up right now. So I don't want to get in the way. ALGN keeps moving. I'm shocked by that one. I should have been in that a long time ago. All right, I think most of our good scalps are done for the day, and we're in a lot of our earnings positions. We can just do more research. I did research on Adobe. I just don't like any moves on Adobe yet. The problem is the volatility is low, and Adobe's right in the middle of its range, so there's no particularly obvious play to make. I mean, if I had to guess, it'll run up slightly towards earnings, but how do you really capture that other than, I guess I could buy shares and do a covered call, but I mean, I'm trading on the 10K account right now, and buying 100 shares of Adobe locks up almost all of the liquidity in this account. So I'm kind of stuck on that one. All right, I heard the doorbell. I'll be right back. So let's just watch the news and look for opportunities. Our Costco AVGO player doing just fine. GameStop play is doing just fine. We're not in a rush to make the next move. Wow, Big Lots only gave up 10% on a beat, which just speaks to the insane valuation of everything right now. I mean, investors are all surprised when these companies don't offer guidance, and they're fucking retailers. Like, how are they going to offer guidance right now? If they get shut down again, obviously, they're not going anywhere. But every time they fail to offer guidance, it's a big shock to investors for some silly ass reason. That's why mostly I've been betting on runs up and then making bearish bets on actual earnings days. Because, I mean, so rarely can anything other than tech companies actually meet investor expectations. Laser is LAZR is returning to a support level for the day. There could be a potential entry there. All right, so on the hour, Dow is up 0.6%, 10-year bonds down 0.3%, euros up 0.04% versus the dollar, crude is up a decent 1.25%, gold is down 0.1%, Bitcoin is down 1.75%, and I think Bitcoin's I think it already broke an all-time high, but I think it's gonna make it far over its current all-time high, just based on my experience trading Bitcoin. Results from the second round of bank stress tests will be released on December 18th. Mark that on your calendar because that's almost certainly not going to be good news. I mean, in my opinion. Our last couple rounds of stress tests have not gone all that well. And the market tends to get a little bit scared when the stress tests don't go well. NIO seems pretty consolidated for the day. GameStop looks like it might make another run down. We're not quite sure yet. It's under its daily moving averages, which is pretty bearish. NIO, like I said earlier, I'd like to find an entry on NIO, but This consolidation just doesn't show me anything. It doesn't show me any commitment toward downward movement or upward movement. Ooh, GameStop's falling through. Alright, I'm gonna join the ask on GameStop. Oh, never mind. GameStop is not shortable. Shit. I don't really want to buy puts. Then I have to shop for IV. Dude, sleepy midday market. Well, Tilray. Somebody's bearish on Tilray. That's kind of a surprise. I feel like we're being fucked with. I mean, sure, that's Senate's probably not going to pass the marijuana legalization, but what is up with the sink? You know what I mean? Doesn't seem like it should be sinking this much. I guess they probably spend all week buying up the news before they actually released it. So now they're just selling this. Alright, GameStop seems pretty committed to a downward movement at this point. Let's see where we can find some support. Shit, I accidentally just bought. Fuck me. Alright, hopefully I didn't lose too much money on that. I see volume around 1656. Big resistance at 1739. I mean, we're mostly in uncharted territory here, unfortunately. 1668, I think, is our primary level of support. That's probably where I should have put the bottom of my iron condor around there, or at least sold the put credit spread around there, but I think we'll be alright. We just gotta get out before earnings. This shit with GameStop is way too optimistic. Obviously, like everything else, but God, I hate the drawing tools in Thinkorswim. Is this what I'm looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Look at the pivots on GameStop according to earnings whisters. Holy shit, look at this short interest. They've been moving their... Oh, no. Never mind. Forward EPS is going down. Short interest is increasing. Yikes. That's why we're closing before earnings. We're definitely doing puts for earnings. Look at that short interest. $16.58 is what they're calling a significant pivot, but I think it's already way past that. 1732 they say is another important area, which turned out to be correct for the most part. I'd call it 17.3, but they call it 1732, so we'll mark that. Let me swap the view over to TOS so you can see what I'm drawing. So we have a support level 1668, a resistance level about 1732. Earnings Whispers calls that a pivot. It's also really high volume resistance here. It seems like we could fit a regression to this. That's not what I wanted to do. Oops. Oh my god, I hate the drawing tools on Thinkorswim so much. That's not right. I'd rather do this on TradingView. Anyways, I guess I'll just draw a line since the regression channels on Thinkorswim are crap. Basically, the thesis is that we are bouncing off this kind of regression line on the way up. Bottom really hasn't been established for this trend yet, though. So as far as where we find support, best guess is for sure going to be somewhere around 1668. Looks like we're looking for another sell-off with some volume. Right around here. No, that was a buy. Right around this level, actually. 1688. Below that, 1668. So we're either going to find support around here or we're on our way down further. I'll mark it just so I remember that level was significant. The short interest on GameStop is getting huge, though. I'd be surprised if that didn't become significant pretty quickly. I've seen a couple calls come in for Riot today. I'm curious what's going on with that. And there was one just now, too, for $500,000. Let's see what the net here is. $75,000 long put, long call, long put, but that's expiring today. I wonder how IDEX is doing. I saw some huge calls on IDEX. Almost nowhere. Look at that. GameStop found support. So our probability going long here is actually pretty good. I might want to join the bid. Yeah, I'm going to join the bid. I'll scalp this. So we haven't filled yet. Am I on the right screen? No, I'm not. We're looking to get in GameStop around 60.92 was the bid when I punched in that order. If we don't fill, it's not that big of a deal. I'd only give it about maybe like a 65-70% chance of actual reversal around this price level, but this is where we plotted our support, so the probability is kind of weighed in favor of us if we choose an entry around here. Huh, that's weird. I tried to switch over to Weeble. Doesn't work. I like the charts better on Weeble. The drawing tools on Thinkorswim are just absolute shit. What's going on, Korkmaz? Welcome to the stream. I hope you like finance. All right, so how committed are we on this entry to GameStop? Ooh, that sucks. Fell through the support. Yeah, there's no telling where it's gonna stop if it doesn't find some support here. If it gets below 1685 again, I'm gonna call it. AVGO is just chugging along. I'm super happy about how that went. We went for a PCS earlier that was basically in the money. I mean, this is exactly what we want too, because it's crushing the implied volatility as it moves further away from the strike, so it's just money. Alright, let's swap back to the news. I don't think we're going to get very much midday action, dude. It's really, really slow midday. GE is apparently running. Woo, look at GE go. I remember when that was $2 a share. Joe Alerts is saying tech. I've never followed the stock before. Wow. It's running too. Alright, I mean, I guess if we have movement on this one, we'll trade it. What's the news though? What's going on? Oh, really? What is the bio on this company? Oh, yeah. Natural resources. Coal, copper, zinc, energy for Asia Pacific. All right, I agree with Joe on this one. This makes some sense. So I went for December 18th, $19 calls at 61 cents on TECK. Really small position. I'm going to scale into it. I don't know much about this company. I want to do my research. My initial impression here is that it makes sense, and I got the idea from a trader who tends to be pretty good at what he does. So we're going to give it a shot. tech is looking good so far. All right, I gotta make a call. I'll be back in 2 seconds. All right, I am back. Sorry about that, my friends. I had to make a call. It was kind of important. Okay. What's new in the news? Did I miss anything? Or are we just having like a sleepy midday, nothing happening kind of shit? Okay, got some tech gainers. SBTX just IPO'd and it's surging 38%. That sounds like momentum. Tech is doing great at $19. I'm probably going to add on to that position. GameStop doesn't seem to be going anywhere. SBTX. Oh, wow. Surged 38% and then just immediately dove. I don't know what you're talking about, Seeking Alpha. Okay, GameStop is not going anywhere. We're going to have to flatten this position. Costco killing it. SBTX is going to the shit. How are they reporting that this company's up 38%? They just immediately took a shit. Yeah, I have no interest in this SBTX company. GameStop is moving a little bit closer or faster than we had hoped on that short iron condor. What we should have done was sold the call credit spread first and then waited and then sold the put credit spread. But we'll see how it pans out in the long term. We got $600,000 in 3/19/21 $37 calls on plug. Somebody's pretty bullish on plug. Lots of puts rolling in on travel right now. $500,000 in JMIA calls. JMIA looked like a company with a lot of potential, actually, from my understanding of their situation. Alright, we're going to have to cap losses on this GME. The bottom of this iron condor, if this doesn't find support at 1667, the bottom's going to fall out. And, yeah, the bottom half of our short iron condor is not going to work out. Which at that point, we're probably going to close the short leg of that and keep the long leg and just ride out the CCS in the long leg of our put credit spread. So essentially we turn it into some kind of butterfly. But we gotta keep an eye on GameStop. All right. We're about to call it if we don't see any green bars here. 16.6 is where I'm going to call it. Close the short leg of the put credit spread. I think we should find support here, though. It would seem bizarre if we didn't. I mean, this is where the initial daily support was at. If we don't find support here, it's just a full tilt reversal on GameStop. So our cost goes up about 1.5%. Our AVGO is up about 3%. It'd be nice to see Costco move a little bit more, you know? It's about time, Costco. What's Pfizer doing? Nothing. All right, so we got a green bar starting right where we thought it would. Now let's see if it holds. God, there's still so much buy support in tech. When you look what's happening, anytime these red bars start to form, people just eat it up. There seems to be a lot of momentum left here. All right, GameStop. That's a pretty convincing green bar. I like that. You know, I'm still thinking if we get back up to this support, which is now a resistance, I still want to close the short leg of that PCS. It looks like GameStop's really showing some downward commitment here. Pending home sales rise 28%, with home sale price increasing 16%, highest on record. You have got to be shitting me. Global pandemic, 15% of the country is unemployed, and record home sales. What the fuck? I mean, if you want an intraday trade, you can go long on REITs, but holy shit, what a bubble. That's nuts. Alright, it does look like GameStop is actually finding support at that very last support line. So we're not quite closing out of our short leg yet. We're going to hold on to it. Let theta eat into it. Oh wow, laser's taking a shit. The 3002 seems to be the last line of support for laser, and it's just building momentum as it goes down. AVGO is now up $600 on our put credit spread. It's almost worth closing at that point. That's 20% in a day. Okay. Do I even want to hold it till the end of the day? Costco's kind of taking its time. Went ahead and closed out of my tech calls. I was really looking for a blast off there. I didn't really get. And I don't know enough about the company. It kind of sounds like a pump and dump scheme to me. So I'm just going to take profit on that. Call that a win. When in doubt, you should probably just trust your instincts. Apparently, I'm getting an alert that there's a lot of Tesla unusual options activity. Let's see what the whales are up to. 500 call, 450 call. These are all old though. I want to see what's happened probably within like 11:30 to 12:04, and that's it. That's all I care about. Just $600 calls, 10 million. That's huge. But that's for 12:04. That's expiring today. So that's really kind of non-meaningful. Wow, those are going to expire just OTM too. That's like soul crushing. I must feel bad for whoever bought those. I mean, I'm sure they sold them at a profit already, but jeez. 10 million deep OTM calls that are going to expire $6 out of the money. All right, baby. 30 minutes, and then I'm probably going to do a video. Well, I might save my videos for this Sunday. I think everybody who watched the stream already has some idea what my earnings plays are. So I'll probably do like specific 2-minute quickie videos like I do. I'll probably work on that like Saturday and Sunday. And then I should be back to stream on Monday. I actually got a PC that can handle streaming. I gotta find a better camera angle than like the back of my head here. But we'll work on that. I never really intended to be a YouTuber, so I just kind of told myself like whatever I could make on the 10K account, which I started just for YouTube. And then, like, based on referrals and ad revenue, I just dump back into YouTube to make the stream better for you guys. Because, I mean, I'm doing this 8 hours a day no matter what, usually more than 8 hours a day. I feel like I'm probably looking at stocks or doing some stock-related shit probably about 10 hours a day minimum. So putting it on YouTube and everything is just, I don't know. It's really mostly just to be part of the community, which, by the way, if you're not part of the optional university community, you should definitely join. Everything to do with it's free. They don't charge for anything. It's just a bunch of really good traders trying to learn from each other. All right, GME is looking powerful. End of day. It's moving right back up above our strike, which is wonderful. As long as it stays between 17 and 21. It doesn't even have to stay at 17. We sold that put for quite a bit. So as long as it stays somewhere between like 16 and a half and 21 over the course of the next week, we're just collecting money through theta. We got a pretty theta heavy strategy right now. Aside from Costco, which we are long on calls, we need an increase in volatility. What the fuck happened during this what is up with this dividend sell-off? That's so weird. Alright, let's check. Whale alerts. That's a big thing on Friday. Just seeing what the big guys are doing over the weekend. Oh, we got a 625 call on Tesla for 12.11. That's almost $2 million. Somebody's got a lot of confidence in Tesla. I think they figure it's going to rally end of day, and I kind of agree with them. So I'm going to buy that for 10.75, a Tesla call. I'm going to follow that, and then I'm going to try to sell it today for 11. All right, so we're getting pretty good movement on Tesla for that end of day play. We're hoping it shows a little bit more price strength. Kind of a gamble. I don't really want to deal with the weekend theta, so we're hoping this works out by the end of the day. AVGO's taken a little bit of a tumble, but still overall great price strength. Oh boy, Tesla's almost there. Come on, buddy. It's only like 10 cents away from my ask. I'm pretty sure I am the ask right now. Come on, Tesla. Power hour, baby. Let's do this. Dude, GameStop. Perfect. Perfect. Totally gonna finish up right around where I wanted it to for my Iron Condor. AVGO could be giving up less ground though. That kind of sucks. Man, we were at 20%. Now we're at 2%. We're gonna have to wait that one out more. Why the pullback end of day? Oh, come on, Tesla. Come on, Tesla. There we go. Tesla wants to take a swing at that daily high. It's really like low volume rise. That's kind of concerning. But I mean, kind of good. It just means there aren't a lot of people selling, which means there aren't a lot of people shorting. God, I should have sold a daily put. That would have worked better. The 595s are still going for 92 cents a piece. That's tempting. All right. Unless we see a little bit more price strength out of Tesla here, I'm going to try to get out for my entry price. This is just not the day trade I wanted it to be. Because it looks like it just wants to converge. Right there. We're just up. Smaller wave up. So we're going to dump at 1070. There we go. Filled. Dumped it. Bummer. We were hoping for a strong finish. We didn't get it. What's Costco doing? Is Costco going to give us a strong finish? Looks like that's a no. AVGO is coming back, though. That's enough for me. Thank you, AVGO. AMD's killing it. Oh, did we dump at the right time or what? Look at that big red bar. Come on, buddy. Just get even bigger and redder. Just show me how right I am. I know. I'm a pro. All right, so as far as our long plays, our earning plays, those are all going really well today. Except for Costco, which is kind of sideways, but I mean, based on the history of Costco's volatility around earnings, I just don't see us. That's got to turn around. That's all I have to say about it. Yeah, look at Tesla Sync. Oh my God, we sold that off at the exact top. I knew that was going to converge too. That's that pattern I was talking about earlier. That I'm not a big believer in patterns, but you just see this one all the time when you trade, where you have like this convergent top, and it just kind of like shrinks into a triangle, and it'll break out one way or the other. Some people call it like a bear flag or a bull flag or whatever bullshit name you want to come up with it. I don't think that's really how it works. I think price just has a tendency to converge as day traders kind of run on smaller and smaller margins till eventually the only one winning is the market maker, and then some kind of investors or short traders have to come in to move the price. And once the price moves, all the day traders move with it. Once the day traders decide on a direction, the algos get in on it, and it snowballs. But yeah, definitely just like learn to recognize these convergent patterns. And I think Tesla's going to bounce off here, come back up here, and then converge into this until the end of the day. And as well as these convergent patterns, you know this convergent pattern is happening because volume does the same thing. Volume declines as you can kind of you're able to get less and less profit out of shorting or longing. It doesn't matter. If you're a day trader, this convergent pattern is just progressively fucking you more and more and more. So these guys from here to here, that run up, here, let me use this. They made all the big money, right? And then shorters chose an entry. They made slightly less money. They gave up. Now here you're making almost no money. Here, tiny, tiny, tiny bit. And then here, it's just the market maker making money. So here, swing traders, day traders were willing to play this. Here, few swing traders and day traders were still willing to play this. Here, almost no one's going to be willing to play this. Whoa, $8 million, 77.5 call on MU. I'm following that. End of day. That's huge. All right, I'll try to tell you what it is as I copy it. That is 115. So January 15th. That's a 77.5 call on MU. That's huge. And it looks like they traded it for 315, which the price has not changed all that much. So we're going to try to get in. The last was 320. We're just going to have to accept that price. All right, so we got in on that. We don't really know what they're planning. That could be news. That's so big. $8 million trade on MU. $8 million in calls. That equates to, what's the opening interest on that? That's huge. 26,000 in volume. $8 million. How many shares does that cover? Compared to the total float of MU, that's a market moving order for sure. Because since it's out of money, the market maker is going to have to cover that. Oh Oh, Tesla's breaking out. Damn, we should have held on to that. Actually, I wouldn't quite call it a breakout yet. Um, just because this bar has to extend outside the average true range. I'll bring up that indicator if I can real quick. Average true range. Once it breaks past the average true range, which is 119, then we'll be convinced that this is an actual breakout. So our resistance is at 595.81. Our average true range is about 120. So that would be about 597 before we're convinced this is an actual breakout. And it's getting really close. There, yeah, that looks like a breakout for sure. See, look at the volume. The volume break over this conversion pattern. This is where I'd go long. I might go for 2 shares just to play it. It's not really a significant amount. I'm just gonna play it. Look at it go! God, should I add? This just keeps going. Look at the volume on this candle. Yep, I'm gonna add, I guess. All right, so now we see declining volume on the next candle, which is a problem. We really want upward movement and increasing volume. I suppose when you look at the 1 minute, it's not really that bad. The 5 minute makes it look like volume declined more than it did. All right. So we got another increasing volume candle here. That's good for our uptrend thesis. We had declining volume there for a second, and then we picked back up. Good game, guys. I kind of want to see if Tesla does anything after hours. God, what a sweat. Almost made 600. 599.2. God, look at that after hours volume. That's pretty big volume for after hours. All right, we'll move it back up. Top left screen here. Move call. Oh, there's 600. Oh, shit. 601. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Wow, I don't believe that after hours move. Look at that. 601.50. Fuck. Wow, this is a sweat. I have 600 calls. I bought probably a minute 30 seconds before close on Tesla. If Tesla stays above 600, they'll exercise, and that'll be a ton of money. I'm hoping it can consolidate somewhere around 602. Oh my god. Fucking Tesla is just gonna wobble between 600 and 599. And I can't exercise if it's below 600. Yeah, there it goes. It's gonna sink. Those options are gonna be worthless for sure. But that's fine. That's a risky take. We got a pop on Costco, which is nice. That's good for our calls. AVGO finished strong. GameStop doing okay. I'd like to see market price back over the 17 range, but anything over 16.8 is fine for our short iron condor. Yeah, guys, so thanks for watching. That's it. I will be back on Monday. I'd love to see you then. I should have some more videos doing earnings analysis out this weekend. I haven't done them in a while, mostly because I was editing videos on this shit, and if you've ever used Adobe Premiere on a laptop, it's a nightmare. I would do entire videos, I'd go to export it, it'd crash, and I'd lose the whole thing. So when I finally ordered this computer for Black Friday, I just decided, fuck it, I'm gonna wait till I get this computer before I actually do any more videos. So I got this computer. It's brand new. It's very colorful. It has a remote to change colors. It's silly as shit, but whatever. I guess it's kind of cool. Anyways, the point is, it's gonna be so much better to edit videos on. So I'll be able to get them out quick. Also, I changed to a Logitech Brio, which is supposed to be at least 1080p. So let me know what you think of the video quality in the next one. Take it easy, guys. Good luck. I hope you made some money.